Yeah, ready.
Okay, I was scrambling. I was really scrambling to get everything ready. At 10:20, I realized, oh shit, I don't have anything set up in OBS for Dolphin. I mean, for my GameCube that I'm playing this game on. Legitimately. But I managed to get it set up at 3 minutes until stream. So I count that as a win. Anyway, hello. The stream is now. How is everybody? Today is a very special day. You may be aware of the release of a certain video game on the 18th of November. It's all the rage. That's right. I'm talking about the critically acclaimed Metroid Prime from 2002. I actually had no idea that the new Pokemon games were releasing today until like yesterday. And I was like, oh no. I'm streaming, but I'm not gonna stream the video game. But you know what? I don't care. I was not an algorithm chaser, that's right. Plus, I've never, like, really gotten into the Pokemon games. Even when... Well, when I was really young. I think my first video game... I think my first, like, console or handheld game was Pokemon Red. My first video game was probably some edutainment. I was gonna say Garbo, but a lot of old edutainment games were like weirdly good. Some old edutainment game on C. Like, I don't know, Putt Putt or Pajama Sam or something, which Humongous Entertainment is extremely pog, so. But like after I started having like actual opinions on media, but also I think before I started forming actually well-formed and critical opinions on media, I most definitely didn't enjoy Pokemon as much as I did prior. And it took me a very long time to sort of realize the reasons why I'm not that into Pokemon. And I have tried numerous races with friends over the years, with like different stipulations and on different gens and all that. And I did enjoy those, but I probably did not enjoy them because I was playing Pokemon necessarily. And it took me quite a while to really realize why Pokemon wasn't gelling with me, and I actually realized some of the reasons from hearing friends who actually do enjoy Pokemon a lot airing their grievances about the series, just as a whole. Like, I think the biggest thing that's the hurdle for me is how literally every game in the series has such an agonizingly slow start. And it just does not really hook me in the key moments when a game should. Which is rather unfortunate, because I've sort of, in a way, missed out on this huge cultural touchstone, although it's not like I'm not aware of it in the slightest. About animating itself positively looks neat this time around, though. Perhaps. I mean, I'm no stranger to and not unapologetic of iterative sequels. Or sequels that are literally just the same, all things considered. But there is one thing before we start that I wanted to give a go. And that's changing my status on Discord to say that I'm live. It's like every time I stream, I'm adding another thing to the list of things that make me like competently networking marketable. At some point I will reach an appropriate amount, and I don't know when that will be, likely in the span of months. And then I'll immediately surpass it on the next stream. Also, you can't hear it, but this entire time the Metroid Prime menu music has been blaring in my ears. But I guess that makes it even for the fact that I have literally never heard my BGM on stream because I don't have monitoring enabled for my BGM because of some weird latency stuff that OBS does with monitored audio. For some reason, it's all delayed by like a lot. I'm not entirely sure why. I also, I actually don't know if a custom status will like override my now playing, because it does say I'm playing Dolphin. I also I forgot how to do it. I can't find it. Oh god. I'm so good at being online. Do I actually have to Google this? I can't believe it. Oh, it's not in the settings at all. I'm an idiot. There we go. Now this is content, just like pod racing. Okay, it does override my Discord now playing. That's good, I think. And now we can do thing for real. Now this right here, this is a video game. And I do have the settings for this, literally just like the standard starter preset. That's just what I'm feeling today. I usually will have like more tricks and stuff enabled, but I felt like for a first time streaming a rando, it's probably best to keep it simple. Also, I might turn the game audio down a little. Maybe. I say might, I'm doing it right now. Sure, I guess we'll save. Why not? Alright. Let's begin. Really low? Yeah. I wonder if I set it down to like the same volume as my BGM in terms of decibels, but I wonder if like Windows mixer settings also compounds with that, because I think I have Dolphin itself turned down in like Windows audio mixer. Fine now, cool. Like usual. One thing about the starter presets for rando is that in the Metroid games, and I feel in my experiences with randomizers for Metroid and Zelda are the only ones that I really play on, but in my experience, the like default presets for Metroid randomizers, they all sort of like start out kind of the same in terms of progression, and they have this, I guess you could call it a bell curve. Okay, that's power bombs. They have this bell curve of progression where at the start and at the end, basically every run is the same, and at the middle is when things get like super interesting. That's why lately, when I've been playing randomizers for Prime games, I have done settings where like I start at a random save station and elevator destinations are shuffled and things sort of like that. Alright, let's fuck up Hive Totem. My mashing is not great today, and I don't know why. Alright. First missiles of the run. Okay. Alright. Interesting. Fuck. I can definitely see why people are not, like, particularly fond of or open to the original GameCube control scheme for Prime. But I will say that I think it's probably, like, it's certainly my favorite way to play these games, and I have played them on the Wii with its updated motion controls and on Prime Hack, which enables mouse and keyboard input. And I do have to say that I think these games, at least the GameCube ones, are definitely much more tailored to this control scheme. Like, the world is very much built around it, and that does make it a little odd at times playing with other control schemes. And there's also a lot of movement tech that I employ in randos that, like, for example, does not work in Prime Hack, because of how it sort of treats a lot of inputs. Like, the way that strafing, or rather that movement in Prime Hack is handled, is when in the GameCube control schemes, and I think potentially in the Wii control schemes, if you're locked on and strafing is enabled, you have like infinite acceleration, or technically that's either infinite acceleration or zero acceleration. I don't know which one it would be. Where you go from standing still to moving literally instantaneously, which makes some like slope jumps not work in Prime Hack, because technically it doesn't enable strafing in the same way, which means that you have acceleration, you have time between standing still and moving, and a lot of like weird geometry and slope jumps are predicated, I think would be the right word, on you having this instant acceleration. Like playing a game that's meant for 4:3 resolution, widescreen up the experience. I don't know if I agree with that analysis, because there are some very well done widescreen mods that, like, I was gonna check the impact crater. There's some very well done widescreen mods that really take a, like, there's most definitely a lot of unexpected issues when you take a 4:3 game and bring it to widescreen. But there are also mods that will, what's the word I'm looking for? They will mitigate those problems, or like design around them to, Grapplebee, to take, like, there's this one mod that adds like widescreen support to Super Mario World, and like, in comparison to, like, I've seen a similar widescreen patch for Super Metroid, and I've seen widescreen patches also for AM2R, which was designed for 4:3. And there's definitely some awkwardness with screen transitions in those, and with like things that would normally be obscured by the edge of the screen suddenly being like literally right in front of you, plainly visible. That's what I want. And in comparison, the mod for Super Mario World, like, totally gets rid of all of that weirdness somehow. And like a lot of, I think all, AI behavior in Super Mario World is like, enemies don't really do anything until they are like on screen. It's on mine. That's my plaza. Light 'em up. But the enemies in Super Mario World kind of just don't do anything until they're on screen. So suddenly, like, all these enemies that you didn't have to worry about are now tackling you from the instant you start into a level. But also, like, Super Mario World apparently it wasn't very hard. I say apparently because I thought it was actually quite hard. I am not very good at, nor am I especially an enjoyer of Mario. But, like, suddenly having to deal with a lot more enemies apparently turns the game into, like, a actual challenge of an acceptable level. And also, a lot of Super Mario World's levels are kind of just really long hallways you walk down, so them being in widescreen is actually a benefit. And then you'll also have widescreen patches for early 3D games that didn't support widescreen, which I've definitely played quite a few using, like, Nintendo, which is this, like, GameCube USB loader, or USB loader homebrew for Wii. It has, like, its own widescreen, force widescreen patch that it will force any game to widescreen that it didn't already have widescreen before. I can say that it will do that, and beyond that is kind of a toss-up. Because some games will have obvious... I think, like, the most common problem is that games will have pop-in, where, like, if something is not in the 4:3 aspect ratio field of view, it's sort of expected to not exist, so it unloads. So there are games where, like, the sides of your screen in widescreen will just be like this disgusting mess of polygons and objects vanishing. And also, like, for like GameCube games, and probably for most any, like, 3D console that was primarily designed for 4:3, like, the field, generally just the actual field of view will be expanded for 3D objects, but then it won't, like, for 2D overlays over that, it'll just stretch it, which looks terrible. So there's a lot of variables that go into whether a 3D game will look better with an X-ray... Oh god. With a widescreen patch. I'm reading one thing and saying another. There's a lot of things that determine whether a game will work with a widescreen patch or not. Like, Metroid Prime, for example, actually plays extremely well with, at least with Nintendo's widescreen patch. I know that Dolphin's Force widescreen does have some pop-in issues on the edges of the screen, and I'm not entirely sure why it does and Nintendo doesn't. But if you're playing it on what you could call original hardware, the enforcing widescreen actually looks incredibly good. Partially because all of the HUD elements in this game are 3D, so they don't get stretched, and because of the HUD lag system, where your visor will sort of drag behind as you turn your view, some of the visor elements actually already extend past the bounds of a 4:3 aspect ratio. So I think mostly just like the thermal visor has some leftover HUD lines that like end before you would expect them to. And that's really it. And the rest of the game just looks really good in widescreen. Okay, here is a question. I know for a fact that this would be a point of no return because I don't have bombs. So I wouldn't be able to jump back up if I caught the incinerator drone right. But I did just save, so I could go there if I wanted to. But, like, also, I don't know if I want to. Cool, fun. Cool. Fun. Bam. I think, yeah. I think I figured out how to make that work. I don't know how to ban people. I can hide them. I don't know if that's the exact same thing. It is showing up on my chat overlay. That's a little weird, and I can't delete it. Cool, that's there forever. Have fun. I don't know if I want to fight Incinerator Drone right now and risk needing to reset. I don't know if that's what I want to do. What else can I do? Oh, I forgot that the map, for some reason, is extremely crunchy in Dolphin. I think it's something about how the entire map is loaded at once, which is really intensive on the processor. Oh, I can get the landing site. I don't know. Well, I could check that instead. I think that is a better shot than doing Incinerator Drone. Because, like, if I fight Incinerator Drone, I better get Morph Ball Bomb. Because otherwise, I'm stuck there, and I have to reset, and I don't want to do that. good enough. Actually, I should stay more full. I can just literally just go past these guys. With logic on. Exploits include. No, this is basic starter settings. Oh, there's that. And speaking of basic starter settings, I'm going to do that. That's not in logic, but also I have no consequence for doing that. Yeah, this is no tricks are considered in logic. Literally just like, there might be some, but I don't remember. But also I think they're all disabled. But I'm gonna do this one anyway. I'm keeping a first run rather simple, or a first streamed run rather simple, and I can sort of increase the complexity at later dates. One thing as well now is that the Discord server for Randovania, which, oh, that was useful. The Discord server for Randovania, which is the program I use to make Prime Randomizers, they will have rando tournaments, and one of the stipulations is that you have to stream your POV. So that's like a thing I could do. So if I got that, I can't. Oh, that's normal. That's very normal. Actually, I think I could get the item at Top of Root Cave. Because I definitely 100% can. And that's completely in logic as well, because I forgot I have X-ray visor. I've got X-ray and grapple, which are the only items required in logic for that. Well, and missile, because I had to get in here. But I got in here already. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Which means I can immediately go and get this. Okay, alright. And now I have Fairy Suit. Now I can go to Magmore. That was very convenient. And I'm right next to an entrance to Magmore. I guess this is actually an accidental plando. Oops. Sorry, I lied to you. I actually built this seed myself. I don't get why people prefer the Varia suit from Prime 2 and 3 more than this one. I just really like this one, and I don't think it's bias. Maybe. Potentially. At least I'm going to at least pretend it's not biased. I like how I have tricks disabled, but I'm still doing them. Because you can literally just walk on that, it's great. I'm only going to do tricks where I know I probably shouldn't be doing that for items that I can't visually confirm, because that could get me actually genuinely soft-locked later. Because, like, my thought is that, well, I know, like, all of the, essentially, points of no return. I know, like, where if I go here without this, I'll get stuck. But well, I don't know, at some point it will bite me in the ass, I'm sure. So I'm probably just gonna not do it. But I'm going to be tempted every time. Okay. I was about to say I don't know if I've ever found any progression item in this room, but now I have. Oh yeah, and it has the power suit morph ball because of weirdness. I think it's like... So I know that there is no such model in the game for power suit with spider ball and gravity and phazon suit without spider ball. Those models do not exist, and trying to load them will crash. So I think they gave I think they made Power Suit Morph Ball or Power Suit Gravity. No, fuck, I can't speak. Power Suit Spider Ball be the Phazon Suit Spider Ball, and they made Gravity and Phazon Normal Morph Ball be the Power Suit Normal Morph Ball. I think that's what they did. I believe. It is possible that it's not that it crashes and that it just defaults to those models for reasons unknown. But I don't remember very well. It was explained to me like once in passing in like the Prime Rando Discord, and then never again. So I got Gravity. What can I do with that? I can't cross Twin Fires. I think. No, I can, but can I do it with... I think I can do that with 2 energy tanks. Because normally that would require Spider Ball or wading through the lava, which I don't think I could do with 2 energy tanks without Gravity Suit, because that lets me move quicker in the lava. So I can actually get out of it reasonably. And I really hope that it doesn't kill me, because that would be a pisser. Alright, here we go. Yep, there we go. Oh, yeah, I took like no damage. And I believe that actually is in logic for this. I think it's set... The preset has quote-unquote dangerous actions set to randomly occur. I think the only options are random or never. Like, I don't know if it's possible for it to require them. I don't think that's able to be accounted for in the logic. I can't do anything here anyway! I can't open that door, so I did that for no reason. Guess I'll go back. I think I can get I forget the name of the room, but the one where I hit the first dead end, on like the other side of that wall is where normally you would find an artifact in vanilla. And I think I can go to Magmore through the other entrance in Chozo and get that. So that's a valid check. The frigate has some valid checks now. I'm not sure. Actually, no, it doesn't because I don't have Ice Beam. I need that to get in. There's the ledge in the water pool in front of it, though. That just needs gravity to get that. I can check that real quick before I head back to Chozo. And I don't have ice, so I couldn't even do climbing frigate if I wanted to. Well, I could do it if I wanted to, but I wouldn't be able to get anything from it. Let's see what's on Funny Ledge. Super missiles. I don't have charge beam though, so that's entirely useless and I can't do anything. But I have it for later, I guess. That's fine, I think. So I guess we are going back to Chozo, and I have reverse vault door enabled, so I don't have to go the long way through the path to Hive Totem. I can just jump up to the door that's normally one way. There's not an item there that's useful, it's just a missile tank, missile expansion from what I remember. But it serves as a quicker way to get to the main Chozo Magmar elevator, the one by Suntown. And that's more important to me right now. Okay, so I kind of like totally autopilot scanned all of the impact crater hints that I had, but that raises a question. Okay, there's wave beam. That's behind. Wave beam is behind bombs. But that raises a question. I don't know if the other scans are hints. Nope. Nope. It's literally just vanilla. Just regular lore. I learned something today. Okay. If I can get bomb, then that opens up a lot. I also should save. That's definitely a bad habit that I've gotten into in Rando, is not saving enough. Like, I'll get a soft lock and like I'm just totally boned because my last save was so long ago that I might as well restart the seed. Sometimes it literally is the entire seed length. Like, I'd never saved. Let's see. All right. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure what that does for me. Like, that does mean that crossing twin fires is now explicitly in logic, but I don't have wave beam, which I need bombs for. What else can I get with spider ball? That lets me into furnace, but I need bombs to get to that track and to get past that track. Also, I can literally just walk up that track anyway, so... Oh, we got on the crunchy map. Oh, that's very normal. Those are good decals. I can get this because I can cross here. Since I have Varia, and no, I can't because I don't have Wave Beam. Fuck. I can get... No, I can't... First of all, I can't get this because I need to beat Flagra, which needs bombs. But also, I wouldn't want to get this because it's literally a nothing item. These need bombs. This needs beating Flagra. Are bombs vanilla? Is the question of the day. And who's willing to place your bets? Well, while this is definitely my favorite game of all time, and I'm happy to be celebrating its 20th anniversary, I will not shy away from the fact that it isn't a perfect experience, and the absolute apparent horrors of its development brought some true sin. And a lot of that sin manifested in some of the boss fights in the game. And Incinerator Drone is certainly not the worst, but it is also not a quaint experience either, and I certainly wouldn't want to do it twice. But if I'm about to check and bombs are not vanilla, then I don't know. I would have to fight it twice. Unless it's also garbage, in which case I would need to fight it once, or only once, but like, that's, then I'd be fighting it for no reason. That'd kind of be worse. Maybe just like Ascom. I actually don't hate Thardus. I think Thardus is a pretty good boss, although I don't like... I saved, right? Did I save? I want to make absolutely sure I saved. But I do like Thardus, but I fought Thardus too much. I've also fought Thardus without the thermal visor too much. I have a distinct memory of having saved, but I'm also, like, doubting it at the same time. Because I don't want to be wrong. So this is an actual question. Did I save or not? I don't remember. So I was like creeping forward there, and that was... Want to say no? Then we'll go back. I'd rather make that trek unnecessarily than go back to Magmore. Back to Magmore pre-Spider Ball, no less. Alright, well now we know for sure that I saved. And I can roll into a tube with reckless abandon. Alright, no, go back now. Unless I reset the game, then I am going back. I like this RNG. This is making the fight much shorter. And that's probably why I don't like Incineroar generally, because it's actually RNG whether or not it becomes vulnerable. You're fucking kidding me. I can't believe this. This is the worst possible outcome. This is actually worse than just the missile tank. What's the hotkey for reset in Dolphin? Holy shit. I'm speechless, so am I! I am infuriated. Look into my eyes, you see visions of deaths. Deaths, plural. I actually can't find the keyboard shortcut for restarting the system. And like, I kind of need that right at this exact moment. That's fucked up. That's so fucked up. Why'd they do that? Why'd they do me dirty? Alright, I figured it out. I just did it from the the program menu, I guess. I don't know. Top Windows bar thing. So, and I can't even say that I don't have to fight the incinerator drone, because there's another check in that room. And what do I do if that's important? Oh my god. Okay, what else can I do? What other options do I have? Is there some way for me to get the ruined nursery item? Because that actually would open quite a few checks. Because normally that does require bombs, but I'm wondering if there's a way to cheese it with space jump. It's not impossible. Because if I do have power bombs, then that actually, like, that can break some objects that could otherwise only be broken by, or rather, that are only explicitly told to you can be broken by regular morph ball bombs. Not all of them, which is weird, because that means that there's like specifically programmed exceptions, or specifically programmed like similarities or shared, like, you know what I mean? Like they did that intentionally, which is very weird. I don't think that I can cheese that, actually. I think that does genuinely require... Yeah, that definitely, like, actually requires that, bombs to get in there. Because I can get up here, but that's too small for me to get in. Okay. Now what? Because I'm kinda, like, stuck in, like... I'm stuck in Talon, Magmor, and Chozo because the only entrances to Phendrana are in Magmor, and one is behind bombs, the other is behind Wave Beam, and maybe Ice Beam too. No, I don't think it's Ice. I don't think it's behind Ice Beam, but that's still. Both of those are behind things I don't have. I guess I could see if I can get that thing in Watery Hall, because that would count as a dangerous action. And I think with 2 energy tanks, I can survive that, because it requires you dunking into the toxic water. And since I can move at normal speed with gravity, and I have Barrier and Gravity's damage resistance, that might work with 2 energy tanks. I don't know how quickly it drains my energy, though. But it's worth a shot, I think. Because other than that, I actually have no idea. This just makes me think back to something somebody said on the Prime Randomizer Discord at one point, where it's, you forget how cruel a seed without elevator shuffle can be. Because if elevator shuffle was on at this point, I could access like upwards of like nearly every area. I think it would be entirely possible to have access to most areas and to some parts of areas that I can't access right now. Okay, so I guess. Oh yeah, that's not bad. Alright. That's not what I was expecting. But that does open things up. But that means that I now have super missile checks open. And I know of a few. Some I'm more keen on than others. Because at this point I can climb Sun Tower, but that would mean a Chozo ghost fight at the end. Also, I've never climbed Sun Tower with Flagra still alive, so I don't know how that would work. Oh, fuck. Thank the Lord Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can get through this cutscene while I don't actually care about this encounter. Okay, that wasn't worth it. Let me out. Let me out. I think I'm gonna have this music for a while because I don't know if there's a trigger to stop it. Yep, there's no trigger to stop it, so it's just going. But now I can get wave beam. Oh, this opens up so much. I'm actually positively enthused by this development. I can do so many things now. I can do this. I can get this item. I can't get this item. And I can fight Flagra And oh, I'm so happy. This game has opened up so much already. Oh. It's very interesting to see both how far in the game you can get skipping a very early item, and how much of the game you can't do without a very early item. Oh my god, and I can get power bombs and I can do this. Oh. Oh, alright. So if I do have to fight Lardis, or God forbid, go through the pirate base in Phendrana after dark, that makes it easier. I think that I will probably... Oh, what do I want to do? I think... Probably... Flagra, circle around, get Ruined Gallery and Ruined Nursery. And then I can sort of make another lap, do here, and I can definitely get the first furnace item. And from there, I think I can visually confirm the ice beam check. But I don't know if I want to go that deep into Chozo when there's other things available for me elsewhere now. Like, there's quite a bit in Magmore I can do. I just completely didn't do what I said I was going to. I 100% ignored myself. There's a lot in Magmore, and there's a lot more in Phendrana now that I can get there. Why did I do that? Very calming music, good way to wind down the evening. Yeah, this entire sequence just hits 100% different like this. I did it again. I completely forgot what I was doing again. But hopefully, going through, I'm like 90% sure that going through Flagra will reset this music. I am upset at the Randovania devs because they have not implemented one of the best feature of the old Prime Randomizer done by Bash Prime, which is you can take the disk file of a copy of Metroid Prime Trilogy, and you can extract the fixed Flagra theme out of it and put that in Prime 1, which is a gift from God. Oh, it's music has already changed. That's actually not at all a trigger I would expect to change the music. It is quite upsetting that the 1.0 release of Prime had this music like totally broken. Because Flagra's full theme is like one of the best boss themes in the whole game. And we didn't get to hear it. I do wonder why that feature is not in Randomania, because I'm pretty sure Bash Prime is working on Randomania now. I mean, don't quote me on that, but I'm fairly certain. Easy boss. All right, what did I get? Interesting. Objectively not helpful. Well, it will be helpful because I think these settings have final boss enabled, so that won't be unhelpful. But it certainly doesn't get me anywhere closer to completion. that's the... Oh, I get 4. That's... good. Because I don't have to refill every time I use one. And I have done seeds where I did not get the main power bomb. And in fact, I had exactly 1 power bomb, and I did not have normal bombs. And that certainly is a way to play the game. I think that's vanilla. What do I want to do next? I can do that. There. Okay, this is a good thing to check. There's definitely some, like, weirdness like that in the game where... yeah, we'll just put 2 missile doors in a row. Fuck it. Why not? It's fun. I don't want to fight Incinerator Drone again, so I'm just going to get the item in Furnace. That's all I'm going to do. That is all I will do. I will not do anything else. I'm not gonna do it. If I really wanted, I could go to... I think it's Hall of Elders. I could go that far, but I don't think I want to. I'm not sure I can really do anything there anyway. I think there's one item I can confirm visually, and then elevators to places that don't do much for me. Oh, that's also vanilla. Alright, well. Back to... I think that Magmore is a good place to go. And I'm probably going... use the Twin Fires entrance rather than the Sun Tower, or the main place entrance. I'm gonna go in via Talon and not Chozo, because that puts me closer to a handful of checks that I can benefit from. There will be the tunnel that I can power bomb, and it puts me physically closer to Phendrana's entrance than going through Chozo. And it's kind of through like the same... well, with the shortcut back through Vault, it's really short to get to Magmore via Chozo, but I think that it's shorter to get from here through Talon to Phendrana than it is to get from the other end of Magmore, I think, anyway. I could just use Phazon Beam on that and like kill it instantly. What am I doing? Game too easy, need challenge. Need to press A button at correct time. Is this item possible to visually confirm without? I don't think it is. Of course. Good enough for me. I don't know why I did that. I don't think I need to do that. I'm fairly confident I can completely circumvent that door. Stuff in the temple that I should. I can visually confirm the item or Shiga. Bad. Not worth it. Time to do other checks instead. Ha ha ha. I'm actually so surprised that I made it through that without taking any damage. I've been robbed. I am currently able to basically go right to fighting Thardus with no barriers because I have everything that would otherwise be necessary. Like I've got thermal visor and wave beam to get it, wave beam and super missile to get in as well. So I could fight Thardus and have literally just a normal fight, but like I said earlier, I have fought Thardus far too many times in order for me to want to do that. But also, I don't know if I want to do the pirate research base either. For similar reasons of I've done it way too many times. I've definitely reached a point where, like, I have ideal runs for Prime Randos, and those ideal runs involve not having to do quite a bit of content. Like, I wish I didn't have to do Thardus, and I wish I didn't have to do the Pirate Research Base, and I wish I didn't have to do any of Phase on Mines at all, ever. But unfortunately, sometimes that happens. You know how it is with spaghetti. I don't think I can get actually... I think I can only get like 2 checks in Pirate Research because I don't have Boost Ball. I think the ones I'm thinking of are before the... I don't remember if they call it observatory or like planetarium or something. But I think only I think the checks I'm thinking of are before the planetarium. Potential. There's always the possibility that I'm wrong. Despite the number of times that I have played this game and that I have run randos of it, there's a lot I forget. Every time. And yet also, weird little details that I remember. Let me in. Let me in the entirely practical ceiling door. So, first of all, they do call observatory. Second of all, the second check I'm thinking of is after observatory, which I can't do without boost ball. So I guess I'm going back, and I get to fight Thardis, and hopefully make it quick. Thankfully, I can back up. Incinerator drone situation. Oh, Sir Sour, hello, and also goodbye. Thank you for tuning in for Reckon. You have a good night. Sleep well. Do all the fun things. Like rest? Dream? I guess? Catch all the Z's. Every single one of them. Even the ones that have never been discovered. Throw your tantrum. I know. That went pretty smoothly. Alright, that's actually pretty good. That does good on me. That does good for me. Good thing. Yes. Only like on my last couple playthroughs did I notice that slides down when you enter this room. And that is such a completely unnecessary detail, which is one of the main reasons why I just adore this game. I think I can do all of Deep Phendrana with what I have. That seems like a thing that's true. Well, I definitely should do that. I don't think I'm gonna use that save station yet, but I will for me later. Fuck. Okay, but something just occurred to me. Why was that morph ball tunnel back there like the best reflection mapping in this game? Because, like, there's exactly one... I think there's one other part of this game that has reflection mapping of your character. And it's, like, actually really ugly, and I kind of love it. But, like, that was properly good, and I don't know why. artifacts am I up to? That many. Okay. Sorry for the bitrate. It's all gone now. Where gravity's actually. Yep, as usual. Fucking missile tanks. In fact, I never noticed what it was trying to do. I was just like, oh, cool scrolly texture. I never realized, like, oh, that's like air bubbles in pockets of water in the ice. I guess I can just look at what's at the bottom of pirate research, since this is a hallway directly there. And visual confirmation is always nice. I can actually, like, go up to here and get 2 checks out of that. Actually, I can go all the way up. Well, and do radio tower. I can clean out pirate research just in this very weird way. I'm not going to be getting that, which does mean that I don't have to do this in the dark, which is a good thing. I go into this corner? Yep, I heard that. That triggers a spacebar to jump through a window upstairs, which normally would require me reloading the room to get through. I think he's named something stupid like Jeff. I don't. It worked. That's cool. I've never done it before. I've only heard like, oh, that's what you do. I think I can get this without triggering the air pirate encounter, and then I can just leave peacefully. Not worth it though. Uh-oh. It's cutting. Oh god. Okay, I can just... Because that's just a really long fight that I don't want to do right. Oh god, I thought the game crashed. I was too quick, I think, and it took a bit to load. Or something. Oh. I think now I can do quite a few things right now. I think what I'm going is I'm going to go crashed frigate. I can't do the mining Station, I think is the name of the room. That. This one. Geothermal core. I can't do this yet because I don't have boost. Otherwise, I would have a check here. I think this would have been like the easiest time to do it because of the layer that's currently loaded is the one with those lava clam things. And that one does not have any enemies on the spider tracks that you otherwise would have to maneuver through if the layer was loaded that like the game expects you to be in when you're doing that check in vanilla. Is a mild dilemma I'm thinking is that the trick itself would not be in logic, but the progression would be. On my way to Crashed Frigate, I could do Frigate Climb and check on like Reflecting Pool and Hall of Elders in Chozo Ruins significantly quicker than if I were to go through Ruins to do that. That might be the move to make. Especially because I can, and I actually have no idea if that room is Hall of Elders, but I can do all of the beam checks there. So I would get like I think I'd get 3 checks out of that. And then I just turn around and head back for Frigate. Unfortunately, that would enable layers with Chozo Ghost, which I'm not keen particularly. And also, like, after I'm done with Frigate, all I can really do is check, like, all I could really do is go down to Phazon Mines. That's really it. And to be fair, I have a lot that I could do there, but I don't like it. I'm just doing a bunch of stuff that isn't making me happy. This was one of like the first geometry climbs I learned in this game. And I'm still not good at it. Oh. Wow, that I haven't failed that part in a long time. trusty. My God, what am I getting wrong? Hello? What? I just did this in a seed a few weeks ago. What is going on? I'm starting to question if this is worth it. At some point, this is actually just going to take me longer to do it this way than it would have to just go through Chozo Ruins the long way. There we go. Yeah, all that just to be able to do this. That was weird. Well, it's time. Bowl me. this column, which last check, or I go back to do crashed frigate. And it's useless. Alright, back to frigate I go, I suppose. amount of times I had to go all the way back down the shaft just for that one is frankly actually very upsetting. Into basically hell for me, quite frankly. Mine's isn't terrible, I guess, but like with a lot of things in this game at this point, I've done it way too many times. And it's also, like, the biggest area in this game. But simultaneously, there's not that many ways around it. So, unlike a lot of the other areas this game, the further along you get, it does not get particularly any easier to go through. Like, there's a lot of shortcuts that you can sort of find as your arsenal expands in this game. And especially Magmore Caverns. Like, there's questions to be asked of it regarding the fact that it is the only way into Phendrana in a vanilla game. And there's not all that much to do in it. So there's just a lot of going back and forth through Magmore and having really nothing to show for it until you get back to, you know, whatever area you actually wanted to go to. But it does get easier to go through the area with basically every time you pass through. You keep getting things to make going through it faster. And such is not necessarily true with Phazon Mines. Like, you can go from here to here once you have Grapple Beam, and that skips only this loop around. And then, like, that's kind of the only shortcut. Like, you can... Yeah, that's really it. That's basically all you get. I just want to not having to go through all this. Especially because once I get to here, I just have to turn around pretty much. Because to progress beyond that requires Boost Ball. Which I still don't have. Still. It's been a very long time. Oh, it's a good thing I did that. Funnily enough, that was all worth it. Jesus Christ, he hit the floor so hard. Oh. Oh, I can continue the game like normal. I don't have to turn around. That's actually, I'm very happy about that. I do wish that there were ways to make this randomizer more interesting isn't the word I'm looking for, but also more interesting is the only way I can think to describe what I'm thinking of. Because in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is probably one of, if not the most popular randomizer. I feel like that's a very fair assessment to make of it. And it does have some settings that make for a much different experience. For example, like, there's generally just a lot more, just because of how Zelda's laid out, there's like a lot more junk items in the pool. Like, there's chests with like rupees, and there's like recovery hearts and all sorts of stuff like that. And there are options to like replace all of those items with ice traps, like you would find in the Ice Cavern dungeon. And I do wish that the Prime randomizers had ways to sort of have that same effect, except that there's not really such a thing as a junk item in the same way. Like, the closest that you can really get to that sort of that type of item is like missile and energy expansions, which I didn't turn that nearly enough. Wow. But like missile and energy expansions can sort of call them junk, except like they're definitely not the same kind of junk, and you absolutely benefit greatly from having them. You can like change the amount of missile tanks in the pool and the amount that, and thus the ammo quantity that they're worth. But like that is a lot more knock-on changes than like ice trap placements in Ocarina of Time Randomizer. And additionally, like ice traps out on the field and not in chests will get like a random item model assigned to them, so you don't know what they are until you pick them up. Prime Randomizer has something very similar in that you can have all items have the nothing item model, but that isn't quite the same. And also I do like the like risk reward angle of ice traps like actually dealing damage to the player when you're expecting to get an item. And it's not that much of a risk, all things considered, except for there is one playthrough that I've seen of an Ocarina of Time Randomizer where every single health-related item in the pool was replaced by ice traps, and everything was set to one-hit kill, including ice traps. You have to get rework the mechanics to work around it. I mean, that's sort of the thing with changing how many missile expansions are in the pool and how many missiles they're worth. I believe there are options to have like infinite missiles as a collectible power-up, or a power-up that you can start the game with. I have tried to get that to enable that setting, and it has never worked for me. I think that's mainly in Prime 2 Randomizer, but it still didn't work, so I don't know really what to do about that. There's so few things to put on easy situation. Yeah. Where am I going? I'm going this way. fucking bodied him. Jesus. Oh, fun fact about this boss. For some reason, you can see him with the X-ray visor, even though you can't have that at this point. I don't know why they did that, but they sure did. And that makes him super fucking easy. This is not an item that helps me, but I think I don't have a choice but to do the maze. Yeah, you're definitely right. Like, just the way that the game is structured is fundamentally different from how Zelda games are structured, so the way that it randomizes is thus equally different. I think that leads to Zelda randomizers are like, there's definitely a much wider gap of intrigue. Like, I think that a randomized Zelda game is significantly more interesting, more interesting than the vanilla game, than a randomized Metroid game is over its vanilla item placement. Prime have any enemy randomizer? No, there is no enemy randomizer for this game. That would be horrible. Although there is a room randomizer that I think is in a late beta stage. Like, to the point where it is included, I think, in Randovania, which is the... I think I mentioned that is the randomizer that I use. Like, I think it's included in Randovania with the specific caveat that there is absolutely zero guarantee that a seed will be beatable. And like, basically for any setting, seeds are guaranteed beatable unless you like specify very specifically that you do not want it to use logic when generating. And room rando is like the only setting besides turning off logic that's like, hey, you might make this game impossible to complete. Although I think it also has that caveat with mini Samus and giant Samus version settings, because you can also like change the size of Samus, which will mean that like suddenly you can just walk through morph ball tunnels, or oh, now you can't make jumps you couldn't before, or not make jumps you could before, or for large Samus, oh, now it's like you need morph ball to get through a door, literally any door you need morph ball for, but also you can make jumps you couldn't before, or things like that. That also, I think, notes that it is possible for seeds to not be beatable. So that sort of stuff would definitely corrupts logic in a way that you can't really recover from. And I think there's actually like so many like very environmentally specific enemies in Prime that I think an enemy randomizer is a very tall task, to say the least. Like, for example, I don't believe you could ever put scarabs in the enemy pool, because like they require pathing to merely exist. Like very specific non-AI pathing. And then there's things like those, I think they might be either called like, I think they might be called lava spores, those clams in Magmore. Those can only exist on the surface of lava. Gel zaps can only exist underwater. Aqua pirates, air pirates, things like that. Like you run into a lot of you run into a lot of yes, but if you try to randomize the enemy pool in Metroid Prime. I like the Gel Zap Everywhere system. I also like the Gel Zap Everywhere system. All I say to check something really quickly. Because I'm pretty sure I learned a thing about gel zaps. As you do, you know. Because I have a folder that is a rip of every sound effect file in Metroid Prime. And yep, the folder for the gel zap is called Jelly Zap. So that gel zap is short for Jelly Zap. You learned that today. Alright, back to the game. We'll see what the Omega Pirate yields unto me. Metroid a normal amount with a folder of all the sound effects. Listen, it comes with the territory of doing music as well. You just sort of get these folders that have a bunch of files in them, and most of them are audio. Some of them even sound nice and I would use. Most of them I wouldn't. I don't know why I have them still. Expect gel zap samples in your next song. No, but I recently sampled the sound effect when you're finished using a save station. You can find that somewhere. I don't think I can one-cycle him. Nope, definitely not. Oh, Jesus. He's right there. Well, I didn't get the face-on suit, but I don't know what I did get yet. Oh my god. Of course. Why wouldn't it be that? I mean, it is better than the incinerator drone. Can I even make it through this tunnel? Without the phase-on suit? Is that like a thing I can even do, even with this much energy? Because phase-on depletes your energy exponentially. I think I'll save and then try. And if not, I can use that save point to warp back to the landing site. Which is not particularly ideal, because there's still some checks I can get here. But is better than nothing. And there's also some other stuff I can get elsewhere as well. Yep. Alright, back up I go. Or whatever. Here we go. Let's see. Come on. Let me in. Oh. Oh, you can make it. Oh, Jesus. That honestly was not even a fraction of as close as I thought it would be to death. Oh, well, that's good. Thanks. I do like that. That is a good thing to get. How many am I at now? Alright, I got all the ones that I had hints for. Is that actually all the ones that I needed to get? I don't... It is possible to have, like, to require fewer than all 12 artifacts, but I don't know if the starter settings have that enabled. It is suspicious that I only got the inner ring. That does make me think that I can just go and do it. It is at least worth checking the hints, I think. Because now I'm basically have free reign over the entire game now. I think the only thing I'm missing for Go mode is the phasons. And the other artifacts if I need them. The missile, I can't get that without phasons. I know that's a missile. Let's see what else there is. I can get these two items now. And I can get this. Yes, I can. I can get that. And I'm on my way to Magma right now, so that's very convenient. Sandrano. Oh. I can now get the observatory item. If I need it, I don't know what it is. Everything else is not something that I need. There's these now that I can get to. And I believe there is a bunch of stuff in Chozo that I think I can get all this now too. Yes, I definitely can. All I need now is Phazon suit, potentially more artifacts. And really, I only need Phazon suit if final boss is enabled. I think it is. I do believe that's enabled in the starter settings. That seems like a reasonable thing to have. Fortunately, we're now on the layer that's significantly more inconvenient to do this puzzle on. Not for like any puzzling reasons, but just because of the last part of it, where you're on a bunch of spider ball tracks and you're avoiding enemies that only exist on this layer. I do still need to beat him. Go. Yep. I do hope that this is something. I don't much care for doing like big puzzles or boss fights and then not getting anything. There's also like not much left to get, so it's entirely possible that this is worthless. Come on, show me the money. Flamethrower. That's actually weirdly on point given that this is where you would normally get the plasma beam, but sure. Also, I will not be using that. Because the flamethrower is actually so useless that you can choose to replace nothing items with copies of the flamethrower. I think that's actually really funny. Wow. Missiles. I actually should go get to tell and I can do frigate climb again. Get a nice shortcut to some of the chosen checks I still have left over. And while I am at Talon as well, I can check on the artifact temple. Entirely possible that I do it and then accidentally start fighting Ridley. That could happen. I do accidentally fight Ridley, that might be a good time to just like check and see if taking the warp brings me to Impact Crater or if it ends the game. I do have reason to believe that it will not end the game and that I will have to do Impact Crater. Partially because I am fairly certain that I have run a different reset, like a slightly modified version of the like moderate difficulty preset that they have in Randomania. And that whether to have final boss enabled or disabled is not something I checked, and turns out it was enabled by default. Okay, yeah, I did only have to collect the inner artifacts, so I am gonna fight a space dragon right now. And I didn't know if I was gonna do that. I like how I got all those hints and I never used them. Oh yeah, also, weird thing about fighting Meta Ridley and Dolphin. I have no idea why, but it can't decide what aspect ratio to use. I don't know what causes it. I don't know how to fix it. So sometimes you're just gonna get stretcho mode. I'm sorry. That's all I can say. Actually, I wonder. First of all, if I go into... Oh, it does that if I go into windowed mode. We will... I don't want to readjust the game window if this isn't gonna fix it. So you're gonna have corner cam for a bit to see what the hell happens here. Okay, it seems... So in windowed mode, this seemingly... Oh no, it totally still does it. Wow. So that seems like it's just a dolphin thing. That's just a thing that dolphin does, and I don't know why. I haven't the slightest about why, and I'm pretty sure it's a known bug. So like, and it's such a weird one too. This is just very highly confusing. Yeah, that is a shot you can hit if you're precise enough. Most of the time, I'm super not. Like then. Oh god. Well, at least the aspect ratio flickering is over forever. Because it's literally only meta Ridley. I don't know why. It's such a weird fucking thing. I am like 90% sure that this will take me to Impact Crater rather than end the game. I'm hoping for that 10%. Nope. Time to find Phazon's suit. I guess the million-dollar question is, where is it? My hope is that it's somewhere easy to get to. Like, not one of those. Although, it would objectively be a smart decision to go the route of getting 3 checks. And all I gotta do is do frigate climb, this takes me to one reflecting pool elevator, this takes me to another. It would be very easy. Unfortunately, I think that means I should do it. But that does mean that I get to do possibly the most annoying Chozo ghost fight in the game. At least that's how I feel about it. Although I have recently learned that it's significantly easier if you like actually jump down to ground level to fight them. I usually stay on one of the ledges by the waterfall and just camp there. Wait for them to come to me, and that makes it take a lot longer. Okay, that one was first try though. Why was it so hard last time? I should probably ask in the Randomania Discord if there's a fix for the meta Ridley aspect ratio switching. Because I imagine that people who stream Prime Rando on the regular would be the most interested in a fix for that. And hopefully they would be willing to pass along any of their findings. Little old me. Oh my god. We're in go mode. We can do it. I tried to L jump, but I actually don't remember how to L jump. But I would prefer to L jump out of here than to do the Chozo fight. Get out. Come on, pull up your books. I gotcha. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am just gonna warp to the landing site from this stage. Also, I'm gonna save first because I know that warping every so often does crash. I've seen it happen on original hardware, and that was a hell of an experience. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, we are. I won't save here because there's a save just pedestal basically right at Impact Crater entrance. Only save station in Impact Crater, and it's literally just right next to the elevator, or the warp rather. Doesn't get its own room. It's just there. Oh. Okay. That's good. I actually like that. I didn't know that they did that until literally right now. Sure, fuck it, I guess. It's time. We're gonna do it. Oh yeah, I forgot that it also does this in the Metroid Prime fight. Ha ha ha! And I still don't know what causes it. That is actually so weird, though. Like, I know a lot about this game, but not enough to, like, even begin to theorize why that happens. I have a mighty need for missiles right now. It's time. Also, in fact, if you skip this cutscene, then the boss music doesn't play. That's just a weird thing that it does. did it. That was a pretty fun seed. I've not done one with really basic logic and no tricks in a very long time. That's 309. That's pretty good. Sure, I guess I'll save. Why not? Just for fun. For old time's sake. Well. I must say, that was enjoyable. I liked that. I can't say that I was surprised that I would like that because I've been playing Rando for years. It's over. Did it. We got all those items in all their places. And it's rather late for me, actually, all things considered. I do realize that my sleep schedule is not as, how you say, fucked as most other VTubers. I sleep at a reasonable time, and I've stayed up for like 40 minutes. What would be? This was a nice short 4-hour stream. But I actually got to finish the seed in one sitting, which is sort of what I was trying to go for. So I didn't have to, like, I don't know, burn a day next week just to finish it. Although if it was short enough, then I could have gotten to the end and then done something else for the rest of the stream, something along those lines. But we're done, and I'm done. in many senses of the word. But I think that this was quite a enjoyable celebration of the 20th anniversary of this game. November 18th, 2002. And honestly, I think that, I mean, obviously I'm gonna say the game holds because it's my favorite, and of course I think that. Of course I enjoy it. But like, I think that even without like all of the modern trappings of first-person games, it really does hold up surprisingly. Its idiosyncrasies are not necessarily from age. Even the controls, because despite that control scheme sort of existing way back on like the PS1 in some cases, we still hadn't really figured out how to control a character in 3 dimensions, and especially in first person on a controller at that point. So I would say that even though the controls are very idiosyncratic, it's not necessarily because of the age of the game and because of when it came out, although that is most certainly true, probably. Because it definitely, I can't imagine controlling it any other way, even though like the developers of Prime Hack certainly tried to do that. And I do hope that the eventual trademark Prime 4 does have the option to play with that control scheme. And honestly, even in like the looks department, it doesn't have all the same like really fancy dynamic lighting as you get today, and all the textures are very apparently low resolution. But when you do get that native resolution upscale going on emulators and such, it does look like insanely good even still. And honestly, even playing it at the original resolution, which is like 480i, I think it is, it's still, I think the low resolution in that case does mask some of the low poly counts and low resolution textures, and it still makes it look really good. And then you could even compound that with like, especially on the GameCube, you'd be running that over composite video, which adds a lot more distortion as well, because the component cables on the GameCube were so incredibly rare and expensive. Only more so today. Yeah, what a fantastic game. Fantastic way to spend its birthday, essentially. I had a lot of fun with it, and I'm sure at some point there'll be more Prime Randomizer. Probably also I'll do some Prime 2 ones, although that'll be less often. Randovania does support Dread, but I am afraid to like hack my Switch to rip my Dread cart. Because I generally don't hack consoles until their end of life or beyond. Like my my sort of gauge for like Nintendo consoles has been like once the eShop closes, then it's good to go. Then you're like completely safe to hack it. They generally won't push updates that'll break anything, and there's nothing for you to get banned off of anymore. Although I do have a, I guess you could call it a Model 1 Switch. You'd probably call it in the modern era, call it Revision 1. I have a Revision 1 Switch, where it's the one that's like easiest to hack, I think, where you just need like one special jig to get the proper connections to go into debug mode. So when the time does come, then that'll be a really easy project. And I doubt that I'll ever get another Switch unless this one dies. But there is the possibility that I get another Switch, use that as the main, and hack this one. But again, that I'd probably only get another Switch if this one died. At that point, I can't exactly hack it because it's dead. So I think that, yeah, Dread would be a difficult thing to manage a randomizer at this time. But I also still have plans to run through the whole Metroid series in vanilla as well, just to get to be able to share the experience of how the series has evolved over time, and sort of my memories with some of the games as well. Because there's tidbits and stuff like how Zero Mission was the first game that I got on the Game Boy Advance. Stuff like that. And then the Game Boy Advance is a console that I had a lot of time with. I think not as much as I ended up going with the DS, just because I had the DS for longer. No, that'd be impossible. But I had a DS for a longer amount of time than I only had a Game Boy Advance. That's, I think, what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I don't know when that'll happen, but it will at some point, and it'll probably be a rather slow process to get through all the games. I'm not going to be doing them back to back, I don't think. That's a bit too much. But yeah, I am going to call it here for tonight's stream. We did our randomizer, and it was fun. And this was a very long stream. I'm slightly tired. But I will be back tomorrow at what has become the usual time with the first book of Ys. And I'm going to be playing the remake on Ys Chronicles, the one that's on Steam, which I haven't played that before. My playthroughs of the Ys games were on, not all on originals, but all on like like sort of first generation ports of the originals, at least. Because like the first 3 games, I think, originated on the PC 88. I think that's what it is. It was the one before the PC 98. And except that I played the first 3 on their TurboGrafx CD ports. But I have not played the remakes, especially some of them, like the remake of Ys 4 is the only version of Ys 4 that's considered canon at this point. I've played 2 other versions of Ys 4, both just called Ys 4, that one was canon at the time, and one even then was not canon at the time. But now neither of them count. Now it's all Memories of Celceta, which does not even have a number 4 in the title, so I don't know if I believe. And unfortunately, there's still no remake of Ys 5. Technically, there is not a real way to play Ys 5 in English except for patched ROM, and I think that's actually criminal, because I think Ys 5 is one of the best ones. Apparently, people disagree, but I think like it might have some of the best like tile sets on the SNES. And it's a really good game besides even just looking nice. And I quite like the story that it tells. Although at this point it is a bit difficult for me to remember it, because I played it quite a while ago. But anyway, that's the plan. Ys Book 1 tomorrow, and stream over today. Thank you for anyone that has tuned here now or not here now. It's been quite fun, and I hope that you also enjoyed watching me play video games. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.